Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day 2 on the roundtable on capacity building. Before we start, I'm going to ask Harry Bosom to open in prayer. Ladies and gentlemen, Harry Bosom.
Where's my cell phone? Let me take a selfie first. Alright, just check it out. Okay. Heavenly Father, we thank you, Lord, for your goodness. We thank you, Lord, for your mercy. We thank you, Father, for this round table of capacity building, Lord. We ask you to bless this day, and we ask you to bless those people that are going to be speaking. And we ask you, Lord Jesus, that these young people are here, that they will sit down and learn a lot about this important issues about the agreements and the whole thing, Lord. And we ask you, Father God, just to come, Holy Spirit, just bless this day and bless each one of us here tonight, and bring more people today. In Jesus' name, amen.
Thank you very much, Harry. So I'll just give you a brief recap of yesterday's presentations. We began with the history of Ouje-Bougoumou. You know, we all learned the humble beginnings of our community, the hardships that Ouje-Bougoumou had endured. But then we learned also through the dedication and compassion of our past leaders, Ouje-Bougoumou triumphed. Yeah. Today we're blessed with a beautiful community. We're blessed with all these facilities. I think Ouje-Bougoumou young people should be very proud of their home. We then later had a presentation by Robert Kanadouet on the Cree journey to social justice, reassuming control and responsibility. Here we were taught on the early days of the Cree Nation government. You know, it's incredible to think on this presentation that those that began the negotiations of the JBNQA were the youth of the day. These were a bunch of 20-year-olds who stood up against the government. And that's incredible. And you know, they then went to negotiate a modern treaty that has given us a strong voice and really shaped the Cree Nation that we have today. So that was a very interesting presentation yesterday from Robert Kanadouet. And then we had Norman A. Wapache, who spoke to us yesterday on his experiences in life and how he encouraged us to be good stewards of the land. Followed by a presentation by our guest speaker, Helene, sorry. And he spoke about the books that he's written and how Aboriginal people have the mentality that the government will take care of them, or how we're very dependent on government and handouts. So he encouraged us to aim high, and the greatest purpose, I think, that he told us was to use the knowledge based on your culture and language. We then had a presentation from Ted Moses on defending and protecting our Cree rights, greater autonomy through the new relationships with Quebec and Canada. And with his presentation, you know, we learned that with all the numerous agreements that were signed, that our rights were protected. The new relationship agreement with Quebec, with Canada. And then we had Rodney Mark, who spoke on the Cree journey to, no, hold on, excuse me. The era of emergent governance and jurisdiction. Here we were given an oral history of where the Cree Nation was and where we are today, where we have Cree control over education, we have control over our health and social services, control over our policing and justice. You know, we have a Cree Nation government now that increased jurisdiction on our Category 2 lands, and that we play a very big role in that regional government. And then you know, the Cree has been marginalized to becoming from being marginalized to becoming a major force in the economic and political life of Eeyou Istchee. So that was a little recap of yesterday. So today we're going to begin with Randy Bosom, who will present the community profile. Followed, we'll have a speech from Nick Wapache on It's Our Time. Rodney W. Hester, who is the Director of Government Services for the Grand Council, Cree Nation Government, will be speaking on moving our nation forward. We'll have a short video clip of late Grand Chief Billy Diamond to the Dinner of Chiefs. We'll then later have a panel on employment, careers, and regional statistics. This will be headed by Nian Matouche. I think this is important for all the young people to hear. We'll have a motivational speech by Thomas Bosom, who is our lieutenant here in Ouje-Bougoumou for the Eeyou Police. And then we'll have an introduction to the Cree Cafe. After lunch, we'll continue on with the Cree Cafe. Ouje-Bougoumou Cree Nation will be giving out certificates for people that have completed assistance training. There's a total of 19 certificates to be given out. And then at 3:25, right on 3:25, Louisa Saganash will do the Cree Nation roundtable on capacity building wrap-up, followed by closing remarks by Chief Reggie Nipash. So at this time, Randy Bosom will present the community profile. Ouje-Bougoumou Regional and Community Statistical Profile, Employment and Careers.
Good morning. Well, my presentation this morning is on the, just to give you a general overview on the employment, the training and the education opportunities relating to the development of Eeyou Istchee. There was supposed to be a video clip, but I believe we don't have it. So I'll just go right into the presentation. The The first slide here is the population projections in Eeyou Istchee. Looking at from 2009 to 2024. As you can see, back in 2009, we're about 15,000 people. And right now, currently, we're in 2014, we're roughly about 17,000, close to 17,000 people in Eeyou Istchee. This is all the 9 Cree communities. And we're projecting about close to over 19,000 people when we get to the year 2024. So this gives you an idea of how fast we're growing in terms of population in the Eeyou Istchee. The next slide here is the total fertility rate per woman. These are the birth rates compared to, I can't even see the screen. The birth rates compared to the rest of Quebec. As you can see, our birth rates are much higher compared to Quebec. I think we average a little over 3, and compared to a little over 1% for the rest of Quebec. So this is just another way of showing you that how fast our Eeyou Istchee is growing, how fast. Next slide here is just to show you the difference between the birds and the number of birds and the deaths that we have in Eeyou Istchee. As you can see here, looking from going back to 1995, I believe, to now, we have quite a number of birds and less deaths in the whole Cree Nation. Here is more related to our community here in Ouje-Bougoumou. The difference there is, of course, we have more birds. Looks like a roller coaster ride there compared to the number of deaths that we have in the community. I'm not gonna tell you the numbers there because I can't even see the numbers. This is just the population in Ouje-Bougoumou. As you can see, our community has grown pretty fast as well. Back in 2009, we had about over 600 people. Today we're roughly about 750, close to 800 people. And in the future, when you get to 2024, we're looking at about more than 900 people, close to 1,000 people probably. Here is more of the statistics on education. Let me try to. In education. In the dark bars there, those are Quebec statistics, and the lighter bar is the middle bar is the Eeyou Istchee statistics. So in terms of getting university certificates, diplomas, or degrees above the bachelor level, Quebec has done much better than Eeyou Istchee. We probably have a percentage of roughly 2 to 3% success rate there. Bachelor's degrees, well, you can see that Quebec has more people finishing their bachelor's degrees compared to us here in Eeyou Istchee. University certificates and diploma below the bachelor level, pretty much the same thing. Quebec is ahead of us in that area as well. College, CEGEP, or non-university certificate or diplomas, Quebec is again ahead of us, and Eeyou Istchee, we do a little bit better there. We're past the 10% compared to Quebec, roughly over 15%. In terms of the apprenticeships or trade certificate or diploma, we do a lot better there compared to Quebec. Quebec is roughly about 15 to 16%, and we're roughly about 13% there. High school diplomas or equivalent, you can see that Quebec is over 20% success rate, whereas the us here in Eeyou Istchee, we're just above 10%, so we're still behind the province. And as you can see, the last one there, in terms of the no certificate or no diploma or degree, this is where we have quite an issue. You can see that Quebec has more than 20% in that one, but when you look at our bar in Eeyou Istchee, it's way past probably 55%. So this is just to show you the comparison of where we're at in terms of our educational achievements. In terms of looking at more specifically on the males and females, same thing with the university and diploma and bachelor's level. The males are kind of behind on the females, and the females are doing much better. More and more of them are finishing their universities and getting their bachelor's degrees. In terms of the bachelor's degree, in this case, it's the males that are getting their bachelor's degrees, whereas the females are just a bit behind. I don't have anything on the university certificate. As for the college, CEGEP, and other non-university certificate or diploma, it's the females that are leading the way in that area. And as for the apprenticeships and trade certificate and diploma, in this case it's the male that are leading that area, whereas the females are not in much in the trades. As for the high school diplomas and equivalent, you have the males at close to 7%, whereas the females are past the 10%, probably close to 11%. So females are doing much better than the males in getting their high school diploma. In terms of their no certificate or no diploma or degree, it's the males that have no certificates and all that, no diplomas compared to the females. So this is to show you just the comparison between the males and the females. In the next slide, this is the major fields of study where our people focus on their studies on. I'm not going to go through them all. The main ones include, this is in comparison with Quebec, Eeyou Istchee, and our community here. In terms of the personal, protective, and transportation services, Quebec is, there's not too many that focus in that field, but when you look at Eeyou Istchee, it's way over, it's over 15% that our people go into that area. And in Ouje-Bougoumou, we have at least roughly 14% of our people that go to school go into that area. In terms of the health and related fields, we have Quebec over probably close to 13%. Eeyou Istchee, it's roughly about 8%. And for OJ, we got at least 7%, so some people go into the health and related fields. The agriculture, natural resources, and conservation, not too many people in Quebec and even in Eeyou Istchee, and nobody from OJ. In terms of the architecture, engineering, and related technologies, here we have more people from Quebec and even from Eeyou Istchee, close to 20% for Eeyou Istchee. In Ouje-Bougoumou, we have roughly 17-18% that our people go into those fields. Mathematics, computers, and information sciences, in comparison with Quebec, not too many people in Eeyou Istchee, but OJ kind of leads the way in this field, even compared to Quebec in terms of the rate. Physical and life sciences and technologies, nobody goes into that in OJ, but some from Eeyou Istchee. Business management and public administration. You can see this is the probably the most I guess the programs that they go into in terms of compared to Quebec and Eeyou Istchee, and even in our community. In our community is roughly 17% of our students go into there. Social and behavior sciences and law. You can see in our bar, the light bar, Ouje-Bougoumou students go into that field. Humanities, this one is pretty close compared to the Quebec and Eeyou Istchee. We have some people from our community that go into that. Visual and performing arts and communications and technologies. Nobody from OJ, but some from Eeyou Istchee. And in education, compared to Quebec, the people from Eeyou Istchee do go into that field, and we have some students from OJ that go into that. Other areas are, the other side has to do with the males and the females. In comparison, the personal protective and transportation services, you can see that there's no females that go into that area, but more males. Health and related fields, still more males, but not much difference compared to the females. Nobody in agriculture, natural resources, and conservation. So, we need people there for sure. Architecture, engineering, and related technologies, mainly males, no females right now. Mathematics, computer, and information resources. Sciences, it's mainly females, no males. Business, management, and public administration. We have more females that go into that area compared to the males. And social and behavior sciences, law, it's mainly the females, and no males in that area. And the last one there is education. Education, there's a little bit more males than females that go into the education field. So Those are the major fields of study. In terms of the participation, unemployment, and employment rates, this is the area where people are looking for work, but it could mean that they're not working, or they're unemployed, or they're employed. So the dark bar is in the first graph there. The dark bar is Quebec, and then the second bar there is Eeyou Istchee, and then the light bar is Ouje-Bougoumou. So in terms of the participation rate, this is, like I mentioned, this is the people that are looking for work but not necessarily working. And compared to Quebec, it's pretty even, close. Everybody is within the 60% participation rate. So you can see that OJ people are looking for work, but not necessarily working. In terms of unemployment rate, Quebec's unemployment rate is roughly 8%, close to 8%, whereas in Eeyou Istchee, it's roughly 14% unemployment rate. And for Ouje-Bougoumou, it's 0%. No, it's 4%. 4%, roughly 4% unemployment rate. In terms of the employment rate, these are people that are already working. For Quebec, it's 60%. As for Eeyou Istchee, it's probably about 52%, 53%. And for Ouje-Bougoumou, it's a little over 60%, between 60 and 61%. So we do have people working in our community compared to Eeyou Istchee and Quebec. On the other graph is the, again, to compare the male and the females. The participation rate, again, those that are looking for work but not necessarily working, the males, over 60%, roughly about 65% of our males are looking for work. As for the females, pretty even. It's roughly 63% there. The unemployment rate is, there's only one bar there, and it has to do with the males. So there's roughly 7% unemployment rate in the males. Employment rate, males have like a 60% employment rate compared to the females, roughly about 62%. So the females are leading in the employment. In terms of the occupations, these are the jobs that we're in compared to Quebec and Eeyou Istchee and here in our community. In terms of manufacturing and utilities, you can see Quebec, they have over 5% of their population working in that area. And in Eeyou Istchee, we have probably about close to 2%. In terms of the natural resources, agriculture and related production, in Ouje-Bougoumou, we have about little over 3%. Compared to Eeyou Istchee, is pretty much the same as ours. In terms of the trades, transport and equipment operators and related fields, Quebec roughly has about close to over 13%, whereas Eeyou Istchee have over 15%, close to 16%. As for OJ, just a little over 10%. In terms of sales and service, the Quebec has about 23% there compared to Eeyou Istchee. Eeyou Istchee are roughly 22%. And in OJ, in that field, we have about 14% of our people working in that area. Art, culture, recreation, and sport. This one is pretty close compared to Quebec and Eeyou Istchee. Education, law, social, community, and government services. In Quebec, there's roughly 12%, whereas Eeyou Istchee, we have more people working in that area, over 25%, whereas in Ouje-Bougoumou, it's roughly 27-28% of our people work in the education, law, social, community, and government services. Health, we have some people working there from Ouje and Eeyou Istchee, pretty close compared to Quebec. Natural and applied sciences and related. Quebec has more people there compared to Eeyou Istchee and in our community. Business, finance, and administration. We have resources, agriculture, and related production. Mainly males in that area. The trades, transport, and equipment operators and related. Again, mainly males. A little over 20%. Sales and service, we have males working there closely to 14%, whereas the females are right at 10%. Art, culture, recreation, and sport, mainly males again. Education, law, social, community, and government services. This one, it's the females, close to 36%. Health is mainly females. Natural and applied sciences and related, it's mainly males in this one. And business, finance, and administration, roughly over 10% for males and 30% for females. So more females in in that area. In terms of management, we have it's pretty close between the males and the females. So this just shows you the different occupations, jobs that our people are in compared to Quebec. And this slide is just the different industries, different areas where I'm just going to name all the different industries instead of going through all the bars there. The different industries include the public administration, the other services except public administration, accommodation and food services, arts, entertainment, and recreation, healthcare and social science, educational services, administrative and support, waste management, management of companies and enterprises, professional, scientific, and technical services, real estate and rental and leasing, finance and insurance, information and cultural industries, transportation and warehousing, retail trade, wholesale trade, manufacturing, construction, utilities, mining, clearing, and oil and gas extraction, agriculture, forestry, fishing, and hunting. Now these are just the different areas to where our people work compared to the rest of Quebec, and also in Ouje-Bougoumou. And the other graph shows you again the male and the female, where the males and the females are working. Now more into the education side of things, with regards to the post-secondary students. Enrollments, these are the enrollments, people that have applied to attend, whether it's college or university. starting from 2003 to 2013. I'm not going to read the whole the numbers, but you can see the bars. You know, back in 2003, 2004, we had roughly about 32 students from Ouje-Bougoumou enroll for whether it's college or university. When you look at, I think the lowest that we've got, that our students enrolled in was about back in 2009 and 10, roughly about 17 students who applied for college. When you look at the last bar there, it was 2012, 2013. We had 33 students that enrolled in post-secondary studies. But just this gives you an idea of our people enrolling in post-secondary studies. Again, this is just the age distribution. I'm not going to go through all the bars, but this is ages from less than 20 or ages 20 to 24, 25 to 29, 30 to 34, 35 to 39, and even 40 plus. Yes, people do go back to school even when they're at the age of 40. So usually once you get out of high school, you're either maybe the youngest 16, 17, sometimes 18, 19. And that's when you're usually done your high school, and usually you're the age under 20 when you start going to post-secondary studies. In terms of the gender distribution, again in post-secondary studies, going back to 2003, 2004, we had about 32 students that enrolled in post-secondary. The red bar is the ladies, the women, and the blue bar is the men. So you can see the difference there. There's more women that are attending post-secondary studies compared to the men. And the last statistic there, back in 2012, 2013, we had 64% of females attending post-secondary studies compared to 36% of the males. And here are just the most popular programs that our students enroll in. The first one there, you can see the number there is about 30 students from Ouje-Bougoumou that has enrolled in the General Arts and Science program. The next one there is we had about 20 students enrolled in nursing. The third bar is we had 16 students enrolled in social science. This is looking at from 2003 to 2013. And then we had about 13 students enrolled in the General Arts and Science Aboriginal Studies. And then we had another nursing program. Then Indigenous Wellness, about 8 students there. Pathways, about 7 students. Business Administration, another 7 students there. Recreation and Leisure, 7 again. Electronics Technology, 7. Bachelor's in Psychology, we got 6 students. Bachelor's in Education, Preschool and Primary, we had 6 students there. Bachelor's in Education, we got 6. And another BA in Native Studies. That's another bachelor's. That's another 6 students from OJ attended that. Transition, we had 5. Masters of Social Work, we had 5. Biotechnologies, 5. Upgrading, 5. And Forestry Tech, 5. So this just tells you the where our students have enrolled in terms of post-secondary studies since 2003 to 2013. In terms of the graduations and program completions since 2003 to 2013 for Ouje-Bougoumou, you can see the first bar there back in 2003, 2004. We had 16 graduates or people that completed their programs. And the following year, 2004 and 5, we had 13. And then 2005, 2006, we had 15. But then you start seeing the decrease in the people that have been graduating and completing the programs. And then 2013 and 2012 and 13, we only had 4, the last bar there, that completed their programs or graduated. Next slide here is our graduates from 1982 to present. And it shows about 1,676. So in terms of the college, that's the dark red bar there, the biggest bar. That's how many people that finished college. In terms of the orange bar, that's the people that completed policing. The gold bar there, that's the people that finished university. And you got the gray bar, those are the people that finished in vocational studies. And other studies is the last bar. So this just gives you an idea of the different levels that our people has completed or graduated from. In terms of the general education, that's that Chaptuan Adult Education Services offers. The number of students by program since 1994 to 2006. The purple bar is the total. The red bar there is woman, and the kind of yellowish bar there is the min. So secondary cycle 1. You can see the total over 500, and we have more women that finish cycle 1, close to 400 compared to the men. It's less than 200. As for cycle 2, total is 600 individuals, and we have women again that's past 400, and men is less than 200 again. The vocational training prep, it's pretty even between the total. I guess it's just the males and this one. And the next one there, the what is co? Prep. Anyways, the total there is less than 100. And we have more females than males on that one. And then the literacy total is roughly 100 students. And it's the female again that over 50 for sure, compared to the male, it's probably roughly about 25 students. And that is the end of my presentation. So, amigos, thank you.
Thank you, Randy. Now I'm going to be inviting Nick Wapache, who is the Cree Nation Youth Council Ambassador, who has a message from the Youth Grand Chief, Joshua Isra.
His Majesty there. Wajeg mswe ok. Wajeg mswe. Nico Pachi Niskaswani Iden Nemskan Otien. I'm the Cree Youth Ambassador for the Cree Nation Youth Council, and what I do is I Joshua and Ben Damon I travel most of the time for him and whether it be meetings or movie and we chigo Wednesday those needs to say we chat team goga so then had Eeyou Istchee and egn had it Davidiani. I can just beja jet chebad dream madno held not Sinhigan. I will hold not Sinhigan each magrio gam swejo a bed better got had from the Youth Grand Chief Youth not I have Sinhigan James that. Hello. I was very happy that I could participate in the original roundtable on capacity building that was held last March in Ottawa. It was a great achievement in bringing an important message to the Cree Nation youth. The CNYC board members were present as well, and they expressed how important it was to understand the background to the achievements of the Cree Nation. We learned about all of our major agreements with the government of Quebec and Canada, including the original James Bay and Northern Quebec Agreement, which is in fact our treaty. We learned about the Cree-Naskapi Act, our struggle against the Great Well River Hydroelectric Project, our struggle to ensure that our views regarding possible Quebec secession were respected, the negotiations of the Paix des Braves, the new relationship agreement with Canada, and the most in northern Quebec. What also resulted was the birth of an indigenous nation, a genuine Cree nation, which has the potential to be the model for the world. What we also learned is that our young Cree nation is just beginning to take its first steps. The development of our nation is in the early stages of a long journey that, if we realized, will mean that we Crees will truly be the masters of our own destiny and masters of our own homeland. Over the last few years, our Cree leadership has said that youth development is a major issue and has called upon youth to step up and contribute to building of the nation. It will be up to us to carry on that remarkable journey and take it to the next level. This is Joshua Isra, Youth Grand Chief speaking. In my role as Youth Grand Chief, I essentially have two tasks. On one hand, it is my responsibility to bring the attention of the leadership of the Cree Nation that concerns the difficulties and the aspirations of the Cree youth, so that the policies, the youth-oriented programs, and the services provided by the Cree Nation government can be better aligned with the needs and the expectations of our youth. On the other hand, it is also my role to bring the Cree youth of Eeyou Istchee an understanding of the history, the vision, and the objectives of the Cree nation as a whole, so that our youth can better understand how we fit into an unfolding Cree history, so that we can better orient our personal growth to be in keeping with the opportunities that will be available to us in the future for employment and career development, and to inspire our Cree youth to make a contribution to the vision of our Cree nation. When we consider the development of Indigenous nations from an international perspective, I think it is not at all an exaggeration to say that the Cree nation of Eeyou Istchee has been a trailblazer. The Cree nation has, over the course of the last 40 years, begun the building of an Indigenous nation, which has fulfilled not only a long-held Cree vision of becoming a strong, healthy, and self-reliant nation, but it also has put into place many of the key recommendations of the Royal Commission on Aboriginal peoples, as well as the International Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Truly, the whole world is watching to see how successful we are in our journey, and watching to learn lessons from our journey. To know that what I do, the skills I develop, the career path I choose, the decisions I make, are all directly related to the health and well-being of future generations of the Cree people. It is like a wake-up call for me personally, and I think that once you understand what this roundtable on capacity building is really about, it will have the same effect on you, the Cree youth as well. We have begun to understand the importance of the struggles of the past 40 years, to understand where those struggles have brought us in terms of the evolution of the Cree nation, and to understand what we, the Cree youth, must do in order to sustain our collective vision and to contribute to that vision. I have always wanted our Cree youth to be the change agents for the right change. We need to understand what it means to become not only leaders, but become professionals, to become technicians, to become everything that is needed to genuinely control what happens in our communities and our land. And we must prepare to become those change agents in a responsible way that builds upon the strength and the successes of our former leaders and the noble and honorable legacy they will be leaving us. With the support and guidance of our leaders, I am confident that the Cree youth of today, who will be the future leaders of the Cree nation, will rise to the occasion and continue the building of the Cree nation with the same sense of purpose and determination which we are inheriting from. And also with that same spirit of creativity and innovation. And we will make our contribution. And we will see our Cree nation grow and prosper. It is to all that we must commit our futures to achieve. Let us take up the challenge to become the best that we can be so that we can realize the opportunities that have been given to us and to let us, too, make history. Let us rise and explore our full potential. Let us be change agents for a thriving, successful, prosperous future, our future, and the future of those who will come after us depends on what we do. It is our time. It is our time now. It is our challenge, and it is our responsibility to develop the knowledge and the skills to take the jobs which are becoming available in our territory. We must seize the opportunities to be the primary beneficiaries of the development of the resources on our traditional territory. We must put ourselves in a position to make sure that the development of the resources on our land is carried out with our Cree values and our Cree beliefs in mind. We can only do this by putting ourselves in a position to make a difference. And this we can only do through knowledge and through skills. It is our time now to accept the challenge. It is our time now to step up to that plate. And it is our time now to prepare ourselves to carry on the journey of building the Cree Nation. Miigwech.
Thank you, Nick Wapachi. We're going to move on to our next presenter, Moving Our Nation Forward. Rodney W. Hester, Director of Government Services, Grand Council of the Cree's Cree Nation Government. I'll just read you his bio. As Director of Government Support Services, Rodney's responsibilities include supporting the administration of the Cree Nation Government and facilitating relationships with the Eeyou Istchee, James Bay Regional Government, and our local Cree governments. He has also been assigned special mandates from the Cree Nation government leadership that will help advance the Cree Nation of Eeyou Istchee. Rodney obtained a Master's in Public Administration from Queen's University in the fall of 2012. He also obtained degrees in Business Administration and Native Studies from both Cambrian College and Laurentian University. He has also completed various professional development programs from McGill Executive Institute. Rodney combines the knowledge that is being transferred from experienced leadership with the education acquired in his studies to help him play a part in moving the nation forward. Ladies and gentlemen, Rodney W. Hester.
Testing, 1, 2, testing, testing. All right. Ouje, thank you. Good morning. Good morning. I'm not going to stand behind this podium. I want some freedom here in case something exciting starts happening. And I don't want to be bound to this mic that's here. I brought my own mic. But I want everyone to stand up. Stand up where you are right now just for a minute. I want to do something. You need to loosen up, wake up. Been sitting a bit while. What I want you to do is this. I want you to turn to the person to your left. The person to your left, turn to them. And now look at them, really, really check them out. Up and down, check this person out. Now I want you to turn to the person to your right. Hey, check this person out. I've been doing some research. I've been doing some reading, some research, and they say it's said that for every third person that you meet, that person is amazingly brilliant, incredibly talented, and beautifully gifted. Since it's obviously not the person to your left or to the right, that person is you. You are that one that is brilliant, talented, and gifted. Miigwech, thank you. Sit down, please. All right. As I have my presentation up on the screen? Yes, we do. Okay, I'm going to turn this a little ways this way. And I'm not going to try to keep you too long. I'm just going to keep you till I'm done. Is that all right? I'm going to share with you my message, the message I believe I've been given to share where I go. And it's, I'm not here to tell you to dream dreams. That is not my message. I'm not here to tell you to reach for the stars. That's not my message either. I'm not here to tell you to aim for this or aim for that, because that's not my message either. My message to you goes beyond all of these. It's much more than this. It goes farther than the stars, than the dreams, than aiming for this or that. But before I tell you my real message, I feel I want to tell you a story that's important to me, a story that I love to tell, and it's the story of the Crees of Eeyou Istchee. It begins at a time when the political thought of the day was echoed throughout Eeyou Istchee by politicians, by governments outside of Eeyou Istchee. He said, "You are squatters on the land." Our leaders were told, "You are squatters on the land. You have no rights, no Aboriginal rights, no treaty rights. And any rights you think you may have, they can be stripped away in an instant." These were the words that were spoken to our leaders. These were the words, I believe, that triggered the building of a modern-day Cree nation. Because the leaders that rose up at that time, when they heard these words, what they in fact did was they drew a line in the sand. They drew a line in the sand, and they crossed that line. And that is something that I believe we as young people also need to do, is draw that line in the sand, because the leaders at the time were familiar. They were all too familiar with the conditions of our people in that time, the late 60s and early 70s, when the Cree had very, very little. You see this photo. This is a real photo of that time. They knew where their people came from, and they made a clear choice. The future of my people, we will never go back here again. So the youth of today need to draw our own line in the sand. And here are some of the giants that blazed the trail, that rose up and began to blaze the trail. And I was thinking about this. You know, these leaders, they're in fact, they were young people as well. They were young people. That's in the early 20s, rising up, taking a stand. Could really travel around today. Vehicles and our own airline. This is what we have today. These leaders had none of that. But yet they chose to rise up for the nation. Imagine today, there are some of you within the sound of my voice and that are hearing me. If you don't get a text from your boyfriend or your girlfriend within 5 minutes or within that day, man, words are gonna be shared. But these people here, they had to go on for days and weeks and months, sometimes with no communication with home, family, wives, children. This is the kind of sacrifice these leaders had to make for the sake of the nation. Some of these young men that you see here too were recently married, and they got the call. We need you to come and help us build a nation. We need workers to come to the front lines with us. And some of these leaders had just recently got married, and they had to leave. They made a choice, consulted their family, and they had to leave. This was the sacrifice. And a lot of times you see men in these photos, but we can never forget the women that stood with these men. The sacrifice that the women also made, that enabled these men to become great leaders and recognized so as they have been. The women played a crucial role in this nation building. The women played a crucial role. And a lot of these leaders, they sacrificed personal ambitions. A lot of them they were in school. Some of them were in school already, college, university. Some of them had dreams to pursue a professional career, architect, or whatever kind of profession they wanted to be in. But you know what they did? They too got the call. They too made the choice. Do I continue in my schooling, or do I set that aside for the sake of the nation? The choice they made was that they set that aside for the sake of the nation, and it's because of this sacrifice that we're able to enjoy all that we're able to enjoy today. I'm going to fast forward because a lot of the history was shared yesterday, but there's some key information I want to share on the La Paix des Braves. It was shared. It's a 50-year agreement. It comes to conclusion in 2052. The visionary thinking of the Cree leaders says we're going to take 15% of the revenues and set that aside and leave that money untouched for the future generation. This will be their war chest. This will be what they will be able to use in the future. This is the visionary thinking of leadership. Today, the Wayaps-Sinigan Fund, the True Heritage Fund, for future generations, the value is $180 million. The projected value is anywhere from $3 to $5 billion come 2052. And 2052 is only 38 years away. That's not a long time. It's only 38 years away. So if you're 25 years today, you'll be 63 in 2052. A lot of your young people here are younger than 25. Well, you'll probably be in the very prime time, in your career come 2052. And there are others that may not be there. But the fact is, these are some real numbers that we really need to think about. The agreement with Canada, a 20-year, $1.4 billion agreement. What's important here for this generation today is this. Like 2028 is only 14 years away. It's just around the corner. It's only 14 years away. There will come a time when we need to sit down at the negotiating table and negotiate an agreement beyond this agreement. And that time will come in about 11 years from now. 11 years from now, the leadership of the day, 11 years from now, will be the leadership that will be called and mandated by the people to negotiate the next agreement. So if you're 40 years today, you'll be 54 years of age when this day comes. If you're 50 years today, 50 years of age, you'll be 64 years of age when this day comes. If you're 60, 74, but for the youth, it's important. If you're 15 today, you'll be 29 years when this day comes. You're 20 today, you'll be 34. You're 30 today, you'll be 44 when this day comes. And these are things that we really need to think about as young people. When will our time come, as Nick said? Our time will come. And you see some of the buildings as a result of these agreements, the justice buildings and community centers. What's important here today, too, is for us to remember that these are perpetual obligations. Perpetual obligations means that this is not a one-time deal. The government cannot say, okay, we built your justice building, we built your brand new community center here, our hands are clean, thank you very much, we owe you nothing beyond this. That's not the deal that our leaders negotiated. These are perpetual obligations. It's one for every generation, for every community. And what's important for us to understand here too is that we have to ensure that this obligation is honored for the future. We have to equip ourselves with the skills, with the knowledge, with the strategy, with the negotiation skills, so that when our day comes, that these agreements will be honored for future generations. And the danger is this, is that the youth of today may take what we are now able to enjoy for granted. Never having really known the fight or being part of the struggle or the sacrifice. It's too easy to think that since we have these agreements in place with guaranteed sources of financial resources, that we could sit back, kick back, and do nothing. This is an illusion. Our day will come when we need to step to the plate and respond to the call of duty and ensure that these obligations are upheld. And this is what this event is all about, capacity building. And a few words about capacity building. I see this as a transfer of knowledge, where there are leaders, there are people in our communities that have accumulated a wealth of knowledge over time and experience over time. And now this knowledge is being transferred, downloaded, shared to a younger, emerging generation of leaders. And with that comes, you receive that information, but that comes responsibility. Now that you know that, now that you know what you know, there comes a responsibility because to whom much is given, much is required. That knowledge that's being transferred cannot be ignored now. This event here, this is something real. This information that's shared, this is something coming from the heart of leadership, saying this is important information for each and every one of us to know. And that there's responsibility in that. So you see there's a wave of leadership that rose up in the 60s and 70s. There's a second wave of leadership that rose up behind them. And there's a third wave of leadership that's beginning to rise up as well. And then this, I think, is pretty exciting because we're building a nation. And the comment I've heard one time is that the greatest chapters of our story have yet to be written. And I thought about this. I said, you know what? If the greatest chapters of our story are yet to be written, how much more greater can we accomplish after all the greatness that has been accomplished to date? What more great things can be added to the greatness that is? And I come to believe, when I really think about this, is yes, in fact, I believe, I'm convinced that the greatest chapters are yet to be written, because we can never, never, never stop building. We can never, never, never stop advancing forward. So we have a grand responsibility, a grand opportunity to carry the weight of the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement on our shoulders into the future. And here's a word to the youth. Here's a word to this generation. Step into your season. Step into your season. Take a stand, rise up, make that line, and step into your season. Draw your own line in the sand. And maybe your line in the sand will say, I want to be part of this advancement of our nation. I want to be part, I want to be included, I want to take on the responsibility, I want to bear the weight with many others to carry the nation forward. This could be your line in the sand. It is mine. It is Rodney's line in the sand that I chose to draw for myself to be part of development and make every step count. Make every step count. You might take 1, 2, or 3 steps forward. Those all count. You might take 1, 2, 3 steps back. You might fall down sometimes. You might mess up sometimes. But all those steps are important. All that experience is important. Get back up again. If you fell down, get back up again. If you step back, try to march forward. Keep trying to march forward. The nation needs you. Your family needs you. Your community needs you. Make every step count. Because now we must get down to the business of governance. 2 historical moments occurred on January 1st, 2014. 2 historical moments that will go down in history. One is the creation of the James Bay Eeyou Istchee regional government. This is the moment where the Cree's increased jurisdiction from Category 1 to Category 2 and 3. To be part of that jurisdiction, it was explained yesterday. The second historical moment on that date was that the Cree Regional Authority is now the Cree Nation government. We are more than an authority on that date. We became recognized in legislation as a government, the Cree Nation government. I don't know, is anybody awake here? Does that excite anyone? There's no rules that say you can't applaud, you can't get excited. But this is the message. These are the words of our Grand Chief, Dr. Matthew Nukun. If every generation is given a challenge, the challenge of my generation was to fight for the rights of our people, to secure the tools and the powers necessary to exercise meaningful control over our traditional territory. This we have done. This we have done. It is the challenge of this generation in this room. It is the challenge of this generation in this room to learn to use these tools and to exercise these powers so that we can build upon the foundation for the future generations of our people. It is the challenge of this generation in this room. And this generation that's watching by live stream, it is the challenge of your generation. It is the challenge of my generation to carry the nation forward, to move the nation forward. Take on that challenge. You see, some of the leaders that rose up in the 70s, they did not have the luxury or the time to really pursue the education that we are able to pursue today. They didn't have what we call the Cree School Board today. They didn't have what we call adult education, Sapchuan. They didn't have what we call Niskamun or CHRD. None of these existed for the Crees as we know it today in their time. But we have them. And here's the thing. We are living in new times, and these new times call for new solutions. These new times call for new solutions. Here's me. Here's me with my sweater up here. I wear this because I'm sending a message to the young people in this room. I'm sending the message to my family, to my community, to the people who know me, that I'm taking the call. I hear the words of our Grand Chief Matthew Nukun that says it is now the challenge of this generation to take and use the tools and build a nation and move it forward. I took a look at the landscape of Eeyou Istchee, and I saw a leadership that have been in positions for many years. And they've done many great things to advance the nation. And I says to myself, will there come a time where Rodney, where I'll be called to step in and fill a gap? Will a day come when it'll be my responsibility the school board that was set in place, and I pursued my own education. Beyond high school, I finished college, 1996. Namaska, I worked for them, and they offered me a full-time job, and they offered me a house, and I was only 21 years old, I think. I said, you know what, thanks, but no thanks, because there's more out there for me to learn. Maybe I'll come back someday. I went on to university. I finished 4 years at Laurentian, my honors degree, because I knew in my heart there would come a day when I would want to pursue a master's degree, and I needed to have an honors degree under my belt to do that. And while I was working, I took various professional trainings at McGill. 10 years after I graduated from university, the day came. I heard on the news of the La Paix des Braves. I heard on the news of the agreement with Canada, and I said, man, this is exciting times to be in the Cree Nation of Eeyou Istchee. I need to get ready. I need to prepare myself so I could become useful, so I can contribute, so I could step to the plate and be ready to take my place and help build the nation. And so I went and I pursued my Queen's, my master's at Queen's University. Master's degree in public administration. And to be honest, I'll be honest with you young people, if there ever comes a day when you go out there in college or university, and there's going to be moments, there were moments for me where I said, you know what, this is too much, I'm just going to throw in the towel. Forget this. This is too hard. It's just easy for me just to forget all this and go back home and not finish what I set out to, the goal that I set out for myself. There were 2 moments when I was in Queens where I really felt that. And I said no. I said no, well, to these voices. I said, I'm going to continue to pursue, press on, and go through this. And I received my degree, my master's degree, in a couple years ago. And about 2 months after, the position of government services for the Cree Nation government came up, and I applied. And I was fortunate to get this job, because now, today, compared to time when I was in Queens, I was surrounded by professors in that institution, university professors. But today, I consider myself so much more fortunate today, because now I have professors around me. I'm walking into company, professors of life experience. The best teachers I can have are with me. I have them today. And I appreciate that. But it didn't come easy. I had to work. I had to put some effort. I had to roll up my sleeves sometimes and really get into my books and finish. And I did that. And because of that, I am where I am today. And here, I'll say some closing thoughts. Here's the message to the young people today. Do not take shortcuts. Do not take shortcuts. You take shortcuts, they won't get you very far. Do not take shortcuts. Take the path that's required for you to take and see it through to completion. And it's important to earn your stripes, to prove your worth, to spend time in the trenches. You need that because it develops character. It develops tolerance. It develops a tough skin that if you can handle this, what's in front of you today, it's preparing you for something greater tomorrow. So spend time in the trenches. Don't rush into leadership. It will come. It will come, and you will be entrusted with leadership when you are found ready. So don't rush into that. Your talent and your hard work will be recognized in due season. Prepare yourselves, watch, listen, and learn. You see, technology, we have these cell phones, but if you have talented people of high caliber that are sitting in front of you, that are just waiting to impart some wisdom to you, Sam Bosom, Robert Kanatawat, Abel Bosom, Ted Moses. You know, there were times when I was in front of Ted and even Abel, where my phone would go off. And I made a choice. I could answer that phone and perhaps lose out on this exchange, this golden moment of learning that's in front of me, and show a disrespect to this man, this woman of great caliber, or I could just leave that phone alone and just zone in, or just hone in and say, man, there's a golden nugget of treasure of information that's being transferred to me in this moment, and I'm not going to let it pass me by. I made that choice, and I continue to make those kind of choices going forward. That text, that email, that phone call, that can wait. What I have here in front of me, I'm going to take that. I'm going to embrace that. Learn strategy from those who know strategy. Embrace wisdom from those who are wise. Stay in the company of the wise and you will become wise. Gain experience from those who've accumulated experience. Patience and humility is important. These two are important to go forward. And don't be one that looks for handouts. Don't be this guy. Don't be this person that looks for handouts. What's in it for me? Be the person that's going to roll up their sleeves like this and put their hands out and say, how can these hands be put to work to advance the nation? That's much better than having your hand out like this. Put your hands forward and say, how can these hands be used, put to work to advance the nation? And here, what I learned is very important too, is the spirit of honor. The spirit of honor. For young people, the spirit of honor is so important. If you do not have a spirit of honor, you will not go far in life. We're taught that in many ways in our upbringing, the spirit of honor. You honor leadership. You honor people in various positions. You honor the aged. You honor the elders. You honor tradition. You honor people that are due honor. And when you do that, you will go up in life. You will be successful if you have a spirit of honor. And give honor to whom honor is due. My father, late Gilbert Hester, some of you remember him, and my mom, Gladys, they always told me, give honor to whom honor is due. And let the leaders who rule well be worthy of double honor. The greatest tribute that we can give to leaders, both past and present, is to ensure that what has been started continues to be built upon. We must never sleep on our rights. We must never sleep on our rights. The Cree in the early 70s that rose up, they fought for Cree rights. But even before they fought for Cree rights, they fought for the right to be heard. They fought for the right to be heard. And those rights began to be established. And we are to never compromise on our rights. We are never to sleep on our rights. It will be the end of the Cree Nation when we stop moving forward. That will be the end of the Cree Nation of Eeyou Istchee when we stop moving forward. But I got news to you. It will never be the end. Because we will never, I said we will never, never, never stop moving forward. That's not in our nature. That's not in our DNA. The Cree of Eeyou Istchee, we will continue to march forward. But we need new troops that will step to the front line, that will lead the charge, that will move our nation forward. And I want to just make a final statement here. This we can close. In my opening, I says, I says, my message to you is it goes much beyond dreaming. Don't just dream dreams. It's good to dream dreams, but don't just dream dreams. Live your dreams. Don't just reach for the stars. It's good to reach for the stars, but don't just do that. Grab hold of those stars. Take it one step further. Don't just go to school. It's good to go to school, but stay in school. And don't come back until you have your degree in hand. These are the kind of champions that we need to help advance the nation. You see, the goals that we set in life, see them through to completion. Learn that from leadership. The question is not, can you dream? The real question is, do you have the courage to live out those dreams? Don't listen to the lies that says you're not good enough. Don't listen to those lies that say you're not good enough. You're not smart enough. And you'll never amount to anything. Don't listen to those lies. Rather, listen to the truth. The truth is you are carrying a dream. You are carrying a vision. You are carrying a destiny. You have a calling. You have gifts and talents in your lives. This is what you're carrying. You're valuable. You're talented. Your life is worth something. And carry that forward. These are the truths that you should be listening to. And nothing in life ever comes that's worth something ever comes easy. If it was like that, it would just fall on our laps. But no, it requires effort and it requires persistence. Because victory does not come without struggle. Victory does not come without sacrifice. Victory does not come without defeats. Victory comes to those who persevere. Victory comes to those who persevere. Miigwech.
Thank you, Rodney. That was a very great presentation. Rodney is a very great orator, one of the Cree Nation's greatest. And step into your season. Draw your own line in the sand. Be a part in carrying the nation forward. And what really stood out for me was a spirit of honor is critical in life, is critical to advance in life. That's very important. All right, we're going to continue on with the Nyan Matush will be, we'll have a panel on employment, careers, and regional statistics. Nyan Matush is the project development officer for the Cree School Board. Saskatchewan Adult Education Services. I'll just read her biography just so you know who Nyan is. Nyan Matush is from the community of Mistissini, was raised by parents who always stressed the importance and value of education. With their positive influence, it felt natural that upon completing a Bachelor's of Arts degree in English at the University of Ottawa, she would return to the community and begin a career in education with the Cree School Board. I wish I had the voice of Rodney here. She has served with the Cree School Board's Adult Education Department for the last 8 years, first as administrative officer and now as project development officer, where she organizes professional training for the private and public sectors. Together with family members also employed with the Cree School Board, she shares a combined 6 years of experience in Cree education. A strong proponent of lifelong learning, she hopes to soon continue her professional development through continuing education. Please welcome Nyan Matush. So there won't be any panel for this presentation, but there will be a question period. And Nyan
Your lovely community. I always enjoy coming here. Thank you guys for the warm welcome. I'm going to begin my presentation with a short video. Just to introduce the video, it's an excerpt from the documentary series Together We Stand Firm. It's a documentary series produced by the Grand Council of the Crees of Eeyou Istchee. It's an excerpt featuring the late Grand Chief Billy Diamond. This is a precursor to when they were starting the negotiations for the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement. And while in discussions with some government people, his father, the elder Malcolm Diamond, had some wise words to share with his son. So please pay attention and enjoy.
In October of 1972, our leaders made one last effort to meet with Robert Bourassa, and he finally agreed to see us.
When we got there, Billy's father, late Malcolm Diamond, was asked to speak on behalf of the Cree.
And he spoke in Cree. And he began to describe the Cree way of life, how important that land was, how important that this project should not proceed without the permission of the Crees, that we wanted our rights recognized.
All of a sudden, Premier Bourassa got up and walked out, and he said he's got another meeting to go to, just like that.
I couldn't look at my dad. Tears were forming in my own eyes. I felt the shame and the dishonor that he was receiving from this premier, from Bourassa. walking out on him.
And the old man, I still could see the old man's face, how surprised he was when somebody would walk out on him like that.
And then that's when basically my dad turned to me and said, listen, you know, we sent you to school for this purpose, so that you could learn, so that you could know about the white man's ways, and then use them to stop this project. Take his laws and use it to stop his project.
Doesn't that just blow your mind? Literally, we just saw an explosion in the video, but it blows my mind in the sense that so many years ago, the elder Malcolm Diamond had the wisdom to tell his son, listen, learn, know, go get an education, because that is the way we are going to empower our movement, our nation. That is the way we are going to move forward. It's an inspiring message. It was then, and it is still today. So how far have we come since the elder Malcolm Diamond spoke those words? Well, the presentation I'm about to share with you will show you some of our successes in education, in training, and it'll give you a general overview of opportunities available to the communities, including, of course, Ouje-Bougoumou. But before I start, I want to set up a challenge. I do this in every community. I do it because I think it's important, especially to our youth. I want to see everyone grab your pen. When you registered, you would have received a nice red pen with the round table inscription on it. Take your pen, please, I want to see it. Raise it up in the air. I see one pen, I see several others. Grab a piece of paper in the other hand, please. Pen, paper. There we go, thank you. I want you to take notes. I'm serious, it's a bit of homework. I want you to take notes. And I want you to start first with writing down your passion. You heard your former chief, Abel Bosom, talk about how everything begins with passion. So this presentation will begin with that. Write down your passion, and then as I go through the presentation, reflect on the statistics, the employment opportunities, the training and education opportunities, and link all of those together. And by the time this presentation will be over, you might have created yourself a life plan, a plan for where you're going to move on to after today. So let's get started, shall we? First, what is capacity building? What does that term mean? Rodney shared one definition, right? The capacity of prior knowledge and passing on that knowledge from one generation to the other. But capacity is also about what's inside of you. It's about ability or the power to do something. It's about experience. It's about skills, knowledge, and having the ability to act competently. So when communities are building capacity, there's a significant impact on many aspects of community life. So having strong capacity means that communities and organizations and the entities and so on that operate within those communities can generate a strong labor market with opportunities for growth in all sectors of development. So really, capacity as a nation depends on capacity as an individual. It depends on people like you, students sitting here in this audience, community members of Ouje-Bougoumou, and people like me. It's about all of us. You saw some of these statistics already. In the period from 2003 to 2013, we do have successful graduation rates. The numbers are increasing. It's very encouraging. The concentration of our graduates are found primarily in the three categories: general arts and science, nursing, and general arts and science with a concentration in Aboriginal studies. Those are the three programs with the highest number of graduates. In general education, again, you saw this slide previously. You can see a total of about 600 people graduating in vocational training programs, general upgrading programs, preparatory programs leading to college, and literacy programs. More recently, in Saskatchewan adult education, covering vocational training and upgrading again, in this past year alone, we've graduated over 60 people in vocational training. So again, encouraging numbers there. Give you a brief profile of what CHRD, or Cree Human Resources Development, are doing. Again, there are a high number of interventions, meaning people who access their services, either leading to training and then eventual employment, or leading to training or employment. And a broad range of services available to community members to assist them in that process. So now you've seen people are going to school, people are accessing training, people are in the workforce. My job here today is to say we're not done. That continues. We have to continue getting the education and training in order to continue the task of nation building. So how can we do that? How do we do that? Of course, we're one of the few fortunate nations in all of Canada who can access funding to do just that, to go to school and get the education and training needed. To give you an idea of what that looks like, you'll see here a breakdown of all the costs related to sending one student to school. Costs like your travel to and from your community, costs like books and supplies, tutoring if it's necessary, even costs related to babysitting should you have to bring your children to school with you. And with each of these different items, of course, are related costs. It might be hard to see them here in the graph, but we'd be happy to share the presentation with you afterwards. But there's a cost associated with each. So here's a total of all of those costs combined. Right, a 3-year college diploma typically costs $121,000. A 4-year university degree is over $150,000. So at the end of your schooling, that's how much has been paid to cover all of those educational costs. So typically, again, at the end of that period, when you do have your degree or diploma in hand, most students across Canada, across the world, walk away with their degree and diploma with a debt, right? Because they've had to pay all of those expenses out of pocket. But what about you and I? Again, we're fortunate because we don't walk away with debt, right? You can see there at the bottom, the chart, that zero. That's the debt that we've accumulated by going to school and getting our education. We don't pay anything out of pocket. And thanks to the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement that makes allowances for education and training, all of that is covered. So what better incentive than to go to school? So now I'll cover some of the actual opportunities. I've talked a bit about education and the opportunities available there. Great incentive. So now you've got that degree or diploma in hand, and of course you will be going back to your community to work. So let me describe some of the opportunities there. The new Cree Nation government of Eeyou Istchee operates many different levels of services and has many different departments. I'll read some of them out because the print is very small, hard to read from where you're sitting most likely. They are Cree Human Resources Development, Eeyou Police Force, Justice and Correctional Services, Cree Outfitting and Tourism Association, and so on. right? There's quite a bit there. Of course, we also operate many businesses and services within our community. Some of these include Kipa Transport, Tawish Construction, Inatuk Forestry Corporation. We have our own restaurants, we have our own motels, our own telecommunications service, right? So a long list of businesses and services there that all require specialized manpower. And then in education and culture, again, the first one that comes to mind is the Cree School Board. In culture, your very own Cree Cultural Institute right here, the Chesby Heritage Cultural Center, and so on. And of course, the community band councils operate many different services in legislation, in environment, in economic development, human resources, and so on. In a different sector now, the health sector, the Cree Board of Health, it's not just about offering medical service, there's social services. We have our own community centers, we have youth healing services. I'm just gonna break for 1 second. I'm gonna ask either Patrick or Cameron just to move the screen over because I can't read my screen. Sorry for the interruption, but I want to make sure to get out the clear and right information to all of you. And if I can't read it off the screen, then I won't be able to do that very well. Yeah. Okay, much better. Much better. And then, of course, the Cree Tribers Association, traditional lifestyle and knowledge. This is also a very important sector of activity, if you will, that is never to be discredited. For those of you who don't know, 30% of our population still live traditional lifestyle, hunting, trapping, and fishing. 30% do this on a full-time basis, while 15% of our population does it on a part-time basis. So always still a very valid way of life. So now I'm going to give you an idea of how to access the jobs in those different services or those different sectors of activity. I'm going to give you an example of what a possible learning pathway might look like. This one kind of describes, it begins with vocational training as one possible pathway. For those of you who aren't too familiar with how vocational training works, vocational training are community-based training opportunities for adults living right here within the territory in Eeyou Istchee. So the good news is you don't have to leave your community to access these training programs. And the aim of vocational training is to increase your skills, your expertise, and qualifications so that you can step into the labor market with the right tools. They're usually also very more short-term. So having the right tools leads to greater confidence. So even though you might consider beginning your path to education with vocational training, this choice can't be discredited because it has the possibility of leading you to higher education. So that's why I emphasize the importance of vocational training. If you as a youth are not ready or don't feel prepared yet to leave your community to attain higher education, you can stay right here and get the first step, accomplish the There are different programs I spoke of earlier, vocational training, preparatory. At the community level, you also have community development and lifelong learning courses and workshops. You also have customized training. So if you're already in the workforce and you're looking to upgrade your skills, there's also training available for that. So all of these combined or taken separately have already, will help you develop your own toolbox or skill set. So if you need a further example of how all of that works together, you'll see to the right the circles there listing different programs. I like to use the example of, we spoke earlier about passion, how everything begins with passion. So I like to use the example here of professional cooking. We all like to eat. We all, or some of us, love to cook. So how do you turn that passion into actual training and education and improvements for your community? Well, it can start with a professional cooking program, which is offered at the Saptawan Regional Vocational Training Center in Waswanipi. And then, you know, you might get a taste, if you will, pun intended. You might get a taste for training. You'll have completed the program. What do you do after you've received your diploma? Well, you can combine that with starting a business program also offered through Saptawan Adult Education. So again, you don't have to leave your community, but now you have 2 diplomas. So you're ready for business. You can open up your own restaurant within your community. You can help the economy of your community grow by employing community members. But let's not stop there. Like Rodney said, let's grab stars. Let's not just reach for stars, let's grab them. So what next? Well, I provide you another example here. What about a Master's of Business Administration? What about now going outside of your community, getting a university degree? A Master's of Business Administration is actually offered at Concordia University in Montreal. So now you've finished your degree, you have your diplomas, you have some business experience. Go back to your community, grow that business from one restaurant. Why not consider a franchise operating in all of Eeyou Istchee? Now that's something I'd really like to see one day. So now to help you think about in a more material way or more concrete way about what that education and training looks like, I give you real life examples. The Department of Justice and Corrections not too long ago had positions open for a coordinator of justice. What kind of education training do you need to get that job? Well, the third step is a university degree, and the one I recommend here is a common law degree with a specialization in law and social justice. This program is offered right now at the University of Ottawa. Not yet ready for university. There are still opportunities available to you, of course, again with the Department of Justice and Corrections. One position they had available not too long ago was as a native parajudicial worker. So what kind of education training does that require? Typically it's a cégep and college diploma. The one I recommend is Community and Justice Services available at Algonquin College. So briefly, what kind of services are available to you during that learning pathway? The Cree School Board, other than just giving you your basic secondary school education, also has post-secondary student services, right? And I'd like people to try to think beyond just the financial benefits that we receive. I mentioned earlier how we collect zero debt because our schooling is actually paid for. But post-secondary student services aren't the ones who just, they do of course manage your student allowance, but they also give you so many other student services. So while you go to school, there's always that link with your community and with your nation. So you need not feel like you're alone in the big city. At Saptawan, again, many different programs, varying programs, upgrading courses, right? Upgrading is what you need, the basic level of education you need to get into training. And then of course you have different types of counselors, guidance counselors, student success counselors. And then when that's all said and done and you have the education and the training, we're fortunate enough that when we come back to our community, we also have assistance available to us there through CHRD. They help you in your job search. They help initiate or integrate youth into the workforce through youth initiative programs, and they also offer career counseling services. So you can see here how throughout your whole progression, the realization of your learning pathway, that there's help at each step. So now again, I'm going to go into more specific information about the types of jobs available in all these different sectors of activity, and also the number of jobs available. First, I'd like to start with giving you a profile of what our workforce looks like right now. At the Grand Council of Crees of Eeyou Istchee, we actually have a high number of Crees employed by our organization. And then a smaller number of native and non-natives working. That's very encouraging, just like the number of our graduates is very encouraging. But the aim here, and the reason why I include this pie chart, is to show you that there's still opportunity. Because why did we have to in the first place, have to hire native or non-natives? It's because we didn't have the Cree specialized workforce to hire and occupy those jobs. So, for a career in public administration, what kind of education and training do you need? Well, the minimum education requirements, if you work in management, finance, or professionals, usually typically requires a university degree. Secondary vocational or CEGEP training will get you a position in office support or office management. And what do I mean by management, finance, and professionals? By management, I speak of directors, supervisors, coordinators, and so on. But most interestingly, professionals. What kind of positions are we speaking of? Engineers, archaeologists, lawyers, counselors, biologists, environment analysts, and those are just some of them. And I can probably guarantee that these are the type of people we had to get from outside of our community, because how many Cree archaeologists do we have, or Cree lawyers, or Cree environment analysts? Not enough. The goal here is that this pie chart be completely blue, because we have hired Cree professionals and specialists to fill those positions. I'm now going to go through the same exercise in health services this time. So again, the minimum education requirements: a university degree gets you positions in management, finance, and as a professional. I will emphasize again professionals. By this we mean doctors, dentists, pharmacists, nurses, and so on. This is really the highest demand. The total jobs in the health sector, some of the position titles I've already named: doctors, dentists, pharmacists, nurses, therapists of all different kinds, dietitians. So right now, the health board employs 455 people in those positions. Of course, we know not all of these positions are filled by Crees, qualified Crees. So again, that's the aim. We need 28 doctors. Let's make them 28 Cree doctors. In education, breakdown of employees, a chart similar to the pie chart you saw earlier for the Grand Council, Cree Nation government. Here you actually see the reverse, in the sense that the Cree School Board employs a higher number of non-Cree than they do Cree. The reason being, of course, if you think if you think that who the Cree School Board employs, right, the bulk of their employees are teachers or principals, right, educational specialists. Again, this is a specialized workforce that we have to find outside of our communities because we don't have enough Cree people with the right qualifications to fill those jobs. So what are the minimum educational requirements? Always a university degree required for a position in management, finance, and as a professional. Teachers, education consultants, guidance counselors, principals. What are the future requirements in education? The Cree School Board has been kind enough to share with us their future requirements. They include teachers, school principals, guidance counselors, psychoeducators, a specialized Cree workforce, Cree teachers teaching Cree students. That's what that means. In the mining sector now, one that you're probably as a community more familiar with, because there's been so much mining activity going on in our area. Here are the future requirements in mining. This is just a general breakdown. I think your community might be able to give you more detailed information. But at Stornoway, there's different sectors or different levels of education and training required for different types of jobs. So at Stornoway Gold Corp and Blackrock Metal, the level of specialization needed are classified as professional, skilled, semi-skilled, and unskilled. And then you have there the number of positions related to each level of qualification. So at Stornoway, the number of positions they hope to fill are 479, 243 at Gold Corp, and Blackrock Metal 260. So at Stornoway, right now there are 40 Crees currently employed. They estimate by September that there'll be 90 Crees employed by Stornoway. But the demand there is actually 500 and plus jobs. This is the more recent stats. So sorry if they contradict with the previous slide, but these are the more recent stats that I was able to attain. At Gold Corp, right now they're transitioning to production, scheduled for 2015. We have 300 Crees currently working at Camp Eleanor. What kind of education and training are required for a career in mining? Well, the need there are for geologists, mining engineers, and industrial mechanics or mining captains. A technical diploma with that level of training. You can get a position as a mining technician, laboratory technician, as a secretary working in an HR department, for example, ventilation technician. Of course, you can make the parallel. A technical diploma will get you a job as a technician, typically. A vocational training, right? We see a lot of people getting their vocational training diplomas. In a lot of cases, the highest level of graduates we have in past years has been in heavy equipment operations, right? So you see the high number of positions available there. But there are also other opportunities as an ore treatment operator, for example, mining blaster, heavy machine technician, and diamond driller. So the top 10 mining jobs in demand, not just within our territory, but within Quebec, are heavy machine operator, a journeyman, mining blasting, heavy equipment mechanic operator, mining technician, diamond driller, and so on. I won't read all 10. But, so you see there's opportunities in Eeyou Istchee. There's also opportunities in all of Quebec. So once you have gone and gotten the training and are qualified to work in mining, the encouraging news is that if there's not an immediate opportunity within your territory, you can actually take that certificate or diploma and work outside of your territory until that opportunity presents itself. So it's something you can travel with. Also, in the past few years, we've been trying to meet the demand for education and training. So in vocational training, the programs that we're offering actually right now, currently, are those you see there: heavy equipment mechanics, construction business, secretarial studies and accounting, all programs related to the mining sector. So you can see how as a nation, we are trying to meet the demand. This is a new sector of activity, one that I find personally interesting in communications and media. In telecommunications, I have there listed some of the opportunities available and the types of educational requirements needed. Again, you'll see most often a demand for technicians, and then right away, technicians usually means a CEGEP diploma or a vocational training diploma. In communications, you can think of things like a journalist, camera operator, writers, sound technicians. To communicate with all of our nation and community members. In tourism and culture, I have there a list of positions. Some of these may be filled, some of these may be opening. But again, you can see a demand for officers, coordinators, directors, all of which typically require, again, university degrees. So that concludes my presentation. I hope that that paper you've scribbled your passion on is now filled and that there's no more place to write. I lost my last page. I had a final message I wanted to share with you all. I presented to you a long list of opportunities in education, training. I give you a list of advantages like few other nations can provide. We're very fortunate in that aspect. And so I guess in conclusion, really what I want to say is that what we're being asked to do now, all of us, but especially the youth, is to find your place, really to become masters of our homeland so that we can continue or contribute to the growth of our nation. So thank you so much for your attention.
Does anybody have any questions for Nian? No? All right. Louise Niposh has a question.
Good morning. Liane, I have very good information. I have one question in regards to the possibility of providing different courses in each community. The problem with us is the number of students that's required for to get a program. So how can we get around that?
I guess there are probably many solutions to that problem, but I'll go back to nearly 10 years ago when they created the Saptawan Regional Vocational Training Center. And that was really the purpose of the creation of that training center, was to gather all of those training demands and group them in one place. There's a residence center there. People can come from their communities to access training. I know it's not the ideal solution in many circumstances, especially when you consider that a lot of our students have children and families, and they'd like to bring their families with them. And of course, a student residence isn't always ideal, but it is a solution. And I'd like to see more of those types of solutions available in all the communities, or some of the communities at least. More vocational training centers.
Does anybody else have a question for Nian? Luis Niposh has another question.
No, it's my buddy over here.
Oh, Wally Wapache has a question.
Good morning, everybody. Nice presentation there, Rodney, and Nian, I really appreciated your presentation too. And I guess, Nibiawi, I work in HR, and I do a lot of the training and development here in our community. And one of the questions I'd like to ask is focused along the lines of supporting each other. And I know that there's another presentation coming up with CHRD, and but I would like to ask if there are any ways that we can combine all the resources that we do have in order to be able to do number one, if we're doing career planning, on what basis do the youth have to career plan, to plan their careers, if there is nothing that has been set for 3 years to 5 years in the future? Because they don't see a picture, either with the Cree entities or at the local level. And so if we can all work together, like with CHRD, Cree School Board, in developing a plan for each of the communities, also with the entities, then we can really develop in the data anyway, that we can really develop a plan, a career plan. Our youth can develop something like along those lines. And that goes along with not only with training for mining, for mines, or for any other area, but also with the Cree Nation government we have at Shika. And then if they have a 5-year plan for us, a HR plan, then we can see those kind of things, that our youth can see them, and they can draw a picture in their head. And that causes, inspires people to develop a little bit of perspiration to get gratification in terms of graduating from school. Okay? So it's sort of a comment to work together.
Thank you, Wally. Does anybody else have a question or a comment? All right, we're going to break for lunch. Lunch is ready. So we will begin at 1 p.m. Thomas Bosom will kick off the afternoon at 1 p.m. with a motivational speech, followed with an introduction to the Cree Cafe by James Niposh. It's 12:10. We'll begin at 1 p.m. Thank you. If you could just take your things, your books, your pens, and because they're going to be preparing for the Cree Cafe, so a lot of these tables and chairs will be moved. Enjoy your lunch.
that I'm not worthy to call upon your name. All my life I've been a sinner, and for that I am ashamed. But I heard that you would listen, so I'm giving you my plea. Too unworthy, Lord, to come to you. Could you please come down to me?
you do it once in a while. Well, it doesn't. When you do this, seems to stick right into the hide. Yeah.
Can you tell us more about the weather?
The weather?
Yeah, when it's a good temperature.
It has to be over -10. See, when I did that, the scissors, it works a little better.
So when it twists,
Yeah, that one, you see how that one twists? When you compare, look at these, not used yet. Big ones. It's still not as twisted.
so they're straight.
They're straight.
And
Once the hide dries, it pulls, the strings pull. And that one too.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Okay. And once you take them off and you go straight in again. That's the reason when you use them over and over again, they're not as good.
Well, they start staying twisted.
I think those ones will be ready to take off tomorrow. All of them. That one, see that one is that white one?
Oh,
It was in the garage for a longer time. It's frost dry compared to the other one. White. I was sitting here. Cookie was sitting here.
on the island in the summertime. This is my truly home. I belong here. I spent only 0 to 7 years on the land. And all these years till we located, I moved from here. So every summer I come back to stay. Although I have a job to do. I'm supposed to be sewing with the museum stuff, but I only start in the fall. Of course, I thought that I can do what I want to do. I'm a retiree already. Nobody can tell a retiree what to do. I love it here. I spent so many years here. Got married here to a man who's now deceased that lived here on the island. We had 5 children, and my only daughter, who's now passed 2 years ago in the beginning of this month, married here, and my 2 oldest grandsons were born here. I have so much here. When I'm here, I'm a whole person. But when I go back to Tsasibi, I feel I always leave part of me here. That's why I love to spend the summer here. In the winter, I cannot stay here for the fact that it's so complicated to cross back and forth. I think we only use the river crossing a month and a half or so. I would have loved to stay in the fall, but if I want to go back home for Christmas, I will have to order a helicopter. The river is not safe yet by that time. A guy from the Cree Trappers Association to monitor the ice all the time that we're using it in this area where we cross by ferry on further out there, 2 places. He has to monitor that, and when it's not safe, he let us know so nobody crosses. That's how things with our river. In other places, it's not safe. We can't cross, only by bridge. And we have to use what that man monitors the ice, where he puts the marks to go across. There's so many effects, and hydro told so many lies. It's going to be okay. Nothing is okay.
They say no change.
Because they want to do their own way, not our own way. They didn't think of us, although we had money for this and that, but money can't buy back. Money doesn't stay forever, but the land and everything in it stays forever, permanent, and it's not safe. There's so many things we have to think. Second thoughts, even to drink this water, it's not safe. I used to go down and pitch of water for drinking and use all the time.
Now you can't use?
You can't drink. I get my drinking water from home by the tap or in the bottle, like this. There's so many things that I want to talk to Hydro-Quebec. And I know he wouldn't listen, because he knows best than we do. Which is not true. Here we used to have where the fish spawn, and we many times when I was a little girl, I used to go out with my aunt and my uncle to look after their little ones so while they were out fishing, putting their net in the river, and there was a place that they put the net across and a whole lot of fish. And even if they catch fish, we don't know if they're safe to eat or not. So we don't do it all the time. That's the best fishery we think, but we never know if they're coming from this river down into the James Bay. and of course they don't stay in one place. They go downstream in the spring and they go upstream in the what?
Good afternoon. We'll begin the afternoon session with we'll show a video clip of the late Grand Chief Billy Diamond to the Dinner of the Chiefs.
Training programs are always very, very interesting. Back in the 60s and 70s, there were always training programs planned for the Cree people, but the Cree people never had a chance to design or develop their own training programs. It was always somebody else that was sending them somewhere else. When someone tells me that and for me, that's when I swing into action and prove them wrong. And we have done it. And you have done it as well. You have proven to everybody that it is possible. The impossible is possible. And the impossible can become a result. You see, in life, you gotta keep certain doors open. You got to create opportunity for yourself. And now you're going through training programs right now. And you're being given this opportunity. Don't let this opportunity shut. Don't shut the door on this opportunity. Keep it open. Where else do you see this across the country? Where else do you see such a training program where young people are taken from their communities and trained and put it in an employment place like Hydro-Quebec? I know we're sending you into a very dangerous area, but someone has to go. That's what my dad used to say, well, someone has to start it. And I'm glad it is you. I'm glad that you are making the path.
Someone has to start. We'll move on with I'll be inviting Thomas Bosom, who is our lieutenant here in Ouje-Bougoumou for the Eeyou Police. For those of you who don't know Thomas, I'll read a short bio, and he'll come and speak to us. Thomas Bosom found his purpose and destiny in 2005 when two police officers walked into his office and asked him, "Do you want to be a police officer?" He was hired as a patrolman with the Ouje-Bougoumou Police Department in 2005. He graduated from École Nationale Special Constable course, where he obtained his certificate, fulfilling a dream and a goal he had since high school. Just 3 years of regular duty, he was promoted as an assistant to the police director, where he learned his first leadership role as a senior officer. In 2010, Thomas was then promoted to lead the Ouje-Bougoumou Police Department as an interim police director after his mentor, Carl Simard, stepped down as the police director. After the inauguration and the establishment of the Eeyou Police Force, the Cree Nation government hired Thomas as lieutenant for the Ouje-Bougoumou detachment for the EEPF, making him one of the youngest lieutenants in Canada at the age of 30. In 2011, he went to the Canadian Police College in Ottawa, where he successfully completed and received a certificate for the Senior Police Administration course. For 9 years, Thomas has been working under the police organization and hopes to continue for as long as the duty calls him to do so. Thomas has also been involved in the Christian ministry for 3 years and has been speaking and sharing his faith throughout the Cree Nation. He enjoys serving as a motivational speaker and loves to encourage people when the opportunity presents itself. He understands the struggles and the needs of our people. His passion and his commitment is to serve and to protect his community and the Cree Nation. Ladies and gentlemen, Thomas Bosom.
Thank you, Lance. Kind of nervous. I'll be all right. I was, before I been given this opportunity to speak, I was kind of wrestling with thoughts of what I was going to say, because a lot of these speakers has some amazing accomplishments. And I read that, it can really inspire you to read all that. And I know it was no easy task to obtain their accomplishments. There were a lot of sacrifices that had to be made to be where they are. And I was blessed to hear all this information that I didn't get a chance to hear before, and to understand the struggle that we've had as a Cree Nation, and to see how far we've come and to be where we are now. It can really inspire you and move you to an area that you've never thought you'd be. So I was flooded with information. I was inspired by all of it. You know, when you're a teenager, when you're 16 or 17, it's very hard to retain information. You're not really easily inspired. Or maybe you are, but there's a limit how a teenager can listen to. And I understand that completely, which is why we don't get a chance to see teenagers most of it. It's hard to get them in a room. It's hard to get them to understand. But you only get to really appreciate all this information when you've come this far to be where I am at 33 years old. You know, all this stuff and this information is pretty inspirational. It's amazing accomplishments. And I have, like I said, it really inspired me. And I was wrestling with thoughts of what I was going to say, because I'm kind of young, and hearing all these guys and all these accomplishments like Rodney and this amazing speech, can't really top that. But nevertheless, I really enjoyed his speech. You know, if you were to ask Rodney, was it easy to be where you are? his answer would be no, it wasn't. I think Rodney and Abel and all these leaders were forced to be in the position of being alone, being challenged, struggling with this, all these challenges that they've encountered. And they would all have the same answer. It wasn't an easy journey. It was, and I was wondering what to say, because basically I'm a police officer. I get a chance to basically see the worst in people, the struggles in our community, the sad things, And I don't speak down on anybody. We all have our struggle in this life, When I saw that clip from Billy Diamond, what you were showing earlier, I saw it before. I was pretty inspired by his speech. Really motivated me, and I don't regret many things in this life. My only regret was I didn't get a chance to meet Billy. I didn't get a chance to thank him for all his accomplishments. And you heard Billy, like I did, when he saw his dad being disrespected like that, I was indeed painful for him, because he had so much respect for his dad. He had so much love for his dad. And as a son, I truly understand the passion and the love of a dad, That connection is very strong, one that cannot be easily be broken. I always wanted to ask Billy, what motivated you? What sustained you to achieve all of this, or to embark on a journey that you had no clue how it's going to end? I didn't get a chance to ask him that. But if I did, he'd probably say, my dad, my family. When you're young, we grow up in a strong connection, a very strong bond in family. I was able to share that very strong bond with my dad when I grew up. Everywhere my dad went, trapping and fishing, I went. I had this very strong connection with my dad. And to have come this far, I don't think I would have made it if I didn't have the love, the affection of my dad, of my mom. Because there's absolutely no way to accomplish something without love from dad, from mom. And I get this. I get it. We saw our young kids dropping out of high school in an alarming rate. A lot of kids are walking out of school, making all of these mistakes. I see it. I've seen it for 9 years. And every time that I've encountered a young person, they all have the same answer or the same response when I ask them, why, what's up? They always talk about this disconnection from mom and dad, from family, they all have the same response. See, this Cree nation was built on the basis of family, of passion, of love for our land, for our people, and for mom and dad, and for your kids. That's what sustained us. That's what helped us become who we've become today. It was because of that affection, that family, this communication with mom and dad. Parents, don't lose that connection to your children. Keep that connection of love, acceptance, and approval for your kids, even if they make mistakes. Even if the mistakes are embarrassing you or whatever, you need to stand with your kids. You need to love them. You need to support them. You need to encourage them. You need to hug them. You know, a simple hug speaks volumes to a child. A simple hug means, I'm accepting you. I love you. I approve you. That alone is going to help your child succeed in life. We can feed them information. We can tell them about all of our history. That's all wonderful. I'm inspired. We can do all of this for them. We can set up what we've set up for them. But if you're not going to be there for your child when your child needs you, they won't be able to stand. If you want your child to succeed in life, you need to love them. You need to encourage them. You need to speak well of them. A teenager doesn't need somebody who is judgmental in all his mistakes. A teenager longs for love and affection of mom and dad. And that's what I want to encourage you, parents that are listening to me. Even if your child goes through some struggles and some battles, Ouje-Bougoumou stockets, sad sockets, don't give up on them. Even if they've given up on themselves. And I love how this is entitled, Becoming Masters of Our Homeland. You can see the humbleness of our leaders. Even though they know they're our leaders, they want to give the young people that title. I just don't want you to be a leader, basically. That I want you to become a master. Because a child will go further than his father ever went. I've gone further than my dad ever went in life. I only did that. I only was able to do that because of his love and his commitment to me as a son. It is. Dreams don't have limits. Age is just a number. Moses was an elder when he led his people. Don't doubt yourself. Become a master of our homeland because we need you. This Cree nation will not function, will not sustain without you. Aida?
God bless you.
Thank you, Thomas, for your words of encouragement. We'll have Janice Neposh, who has been coordinating this event for the past 2 days, will introduce the workshops on the Cree Cafe. This should take about an hour, so Janice will tell us how it's done.
Hi, everybody. I am here to talk about the Cree Cafe. Today, as you stagno yam nanots, tonight downstairs we're going to be getting together on these 4 tables. I'm just going to read something. What the Cree Cafe description is. It's a type of information workshops, and it's to aim to provide a creative and open conversation on specific topics, to share ideas and insights from Gioga. So what we did was we created four sections, audio tables. So when we saw Magno to come and sit, community developments on this corner. Randy Bosom is Kanagastao, and Adrian Capios the notes. On this table, language and cultures came to Degno. Oh no, language and cultures over here. Mini Wapachi Bosom, Skududum, and she's going to be assisted by Youth Chief Benjamin Shkabi Blacksmith. Kagot na how work and education in the middle scheme to Degno. Louise Niposh, Kiyamo, assisted by me. In the corner over here, health and social, in the Degno. Vanessa Charles Gunner, Skududum, assisted by her sister. Gun, sorry. So, I just want to give you suggest like let's say in this table right here, a question I ask is what is your plan of action? Okay, we see a lot of work that has been done at the political level. Okay, which is a bit up in this working force. How do we bridge the gap between the leaders at Kakzano as a community member? For language and culture, like a question is going to be, what challenges do you have as a Cree person with forestry companies or mining companies? With education and work, one question could be would you like to have more trainings in your community? What type of trainings would you like to see? Magayo, what types of special licenses if you need it, like truck driving or these renovation companies or for health and social on this corner, one question is to move forward and grow healthy as a community, what ideas do you have? For example, a lot of people say even if it's for a week, much in video go up the notes. Another one is treatment centers in Cree territories. Like instead of going Waiho, because you just got to go ahead in Quebec. And continue wellness journeys, canoe brigades, kayak therapy in the community. So, I'm going to get the facilitators to go to their tables now. Randy Bosom, Louise Niposh, Vanessa, and Minnie Wapachi Bosom. I'm saying to come downstairs. We're going to be separating groups. So I want you guys to come down and say when we someone like even if you're up there or in the tables, pick a section where you would like to start. I did the bananas for about 15 minutes. So guys, I'm gonna questions, and then after that, I'm gonna make an announcement. People can move to the next table, so everyone has a voice. table topics in the Diagnos Cree Cafe. Agada? Yeah, skabedagno and coffee. I had Ricky skabedau's tea, coffee, and snacks around 1:30 or 2 tidouts. So we'll let you guys know. This is the theme, right? Cree Cafe. We need our coffee. Okay. Yeah. All right. Okay, so come down. Marlene, Gordon, say Joyce, Josie. So when I would on each table skajidano. We're going to be taking notes from you guys as a community member. And I was hoping more people would come and participate because it's like the AGA. You know, it's hard to say something out in the open on the microphone. This is a chance for you guys to really be, huh? Yeah, maybe 15, 20 minutes each table. We were going to do like half an hour or an hour, but that's going to be too long with the number of people here. Kakanjit's chain notes I had thought I went just we go down from table to table. Kakajit modon ayo. Jega English yam nanots and what magay. So we have community development, education, Cree culture, language, Kag health, and social. And you guys are going to be rotating. May mag-one tables because I know after you can move to another one. Joe dano idea. Good there. Patrick, you can listen on the tables too. You can come down. And I don't know if people are up there. Thank you.
Hello. Great to see so much discussion going on, but I'm going to ask that, that you end this section of the Cree Cafe and that the participants get up and switch tables to the next table topic for another 10 minutes of discussion. Okay, yeah, that's a better idea, Louise. So I'll ask that the participants stay put. So stay at your tables. The facilitator and the note taker will move tables. So stay where you are. Okay, looks like we're ready to start, so you have another 10 minutes. 1 minute left to wrap up the discussion. That's all the time that we have left for that group or that table topic. Please, facilitators and note takers, can you switch to the next table? So participants, stay seated. The facilitators and note takers will change tables. So start the discussion. You have another 10 minutes on this table topic. So that's a 10-minute mark for that table topic. How many people feel like they don't have enough time to finish their discussion? Okay, so what about another 10 minutes then? Okay, let's make it 8. So are you ready?
We're now going to be wrapping up the roundtable on capacity building for Ouje-Bougoumou. So I'm going to invite our last speaker who will speak to us, Louisa Sagnash. She's the Director, Cree Human Resource Development, Cree Nation Government. Louisa Sagnash is originally from Aswanipi, now lives in Mistissini, where she works as Director of Cree Human Resource Development Department. Louisa studied in Business Administration at Champlain Regional College in St. Lambert, later attended Carleton University in Ottawa, where she graduated with a certificate in Management Development. Like many Cree children, she spent most of her childhood in residential schools. Her primary education was at the Mohawk Institute in Brantford, Ontario, and later she attended high school in Sault Ste. Marie. She is married and has 4 children who all now work for the Cree Nation. She has 5 grandchildren. As her children had become older and all attending school, she decided to enter the workforce and applied for a position at the Cree Board of Health and Social Services of James Bay. Over the course of 11 years spent with the Cree Health Board, she worked as a data entry clerk, receptionist, to executive secretary, and finally to the administrative technician. In 1999, she applied as the administrative assistant to the Cree Regional Authority and was soon promoted to the position of program officer and later became coordinator of programs, and now director of the Cree Human Resource Development Department. Louisa has 25 years experience working for the Cree Nation. In 2005, her department was transferred from Montreal to Mistissini. Louisa decided to follow and move back to Eeyou Istchee. With the support of her family, she now embraces her life in the territory where she can reconnect with her people, her culture, and spend precious time in the bush with her mother. Her journey has provided her with many opportunities to grow as a professional and gain a rich professional background, including skills in business administration, policy, and legislation development, strategic planning, human resource management for Aboriginal communities, and others. Her work at the CHRD is very rewarding, especially when it comes to helping a person obtain their goals and finding the strength to overcome the many challenges that life can bring. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Louisa Sagnash.
I'm a little shorter, so I'm going to bring it down. Yeah, I think that's good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Wow. We are truly a blessed nation. We've come a long way. It's been a privilege for me to be here and be part of the Roundtable on Capacity Building, community tours, and as chair of the Roundtable Capacity Regional Planning Committee, give you a wrap-up. I usually translate in Cree, but English for time purposes. I want to thank the community of Ouje-Bougoumou for hosting the 10th Regional Capacity Building Community Tour, our last one for now. We want to acknowledge the hard work of the Roundtable Capacity Local Organizing Committee, Janice Neposh and her team, for doing such an excellent job in putting this event together. The event was certainly a success. It has been with their ongoing above and beyond the call of duty. Thank you for all who participated and contributed. Our moderator, Lance Cooper, our special guest speaker, Mr. Calvin Heelan, and our motivational speakers, Norman A. Wapachi and Thomas Bosom. The presenters and panelists, pre-cafe facilitators, note takers, and of course our feast organizers. I'd like to acknowledge
the hard work and dedication of the Cree Nation Roundtable Capacity Building Regional Planning Committee for bringing the sessions to all the communities. Nian Mitush, co-chair, Sheila Wipinakapo, Linda Corsten, Daryl Diamond, who took care of the Cree Cafe, Jane Blacksmith, April Pachanos, Communications, Joshua Isruff, and Abel Bosom, chair of the Roundtable Capacity Building of the March event, who saw the vision to put forth the Cree Nation of Eeyou Istchee Roundtable and Capacity Building, and which led to bringing it to the communities. Abel for that vision, that great vision. Thank you to the Nukun Media Group for touring with us throughout the 10 communities, providing us live stream. Thank you to James Bay Cree Communications Society for regional radio. And the purpose of this roundtable of the capacity building tours is to inform the communities the Cree history. If we don't know our history, we have no direction on where we are going with our nation. To inform, this was also to inform you all of the recent agreements and the importance of understanding them and the employment opportunities from these agreements. And more importantly, the types of education required to take advantage of these opportunities. Once we have completed tours, a report will be done and recommendations will be presented to seek approval to develop a capacity building strategic and implementation plan. That's what we're doing here with the Cree Cafe. We'll be putting the report together for all the community tours. The Cree Cafe recommendations will be put forth as well into building a strategic and implementation plan. So before I go into my final wrap, I would like to share with you a little bit about my journey. As Lance mentioned, I'm originally from Waswanipi. I was born in the bush to my parents, William Saganash. My father passed away in 1970. My mother is Mary Kitchen. She turned 85 years old this past year. We were 17 siblings. I lived off reserve for many years, and 8 years ago, or 9 years ago now, returned to the north, to the beautiful community of Disney. Since my return to the community, I've always felt there was something missing in my life. The day I unpacked in my kitchen, living room, I stood there, and all of a sudden, as I viewed the bush behind me, in my home community, surrounded by my people, I finally sensed a sense of belong. And that feeling never left me to this day. So I'm thankful to be back home. Like many Cree children, I spent most of my childhood in residential schools. My primary education was at the Mohawk Institute in Brantford, Ontario, and later attended high school in Sault Ste. Marie, Ontario, and stayed there in foster homes. Me too, I was stripped from my culture, traditional way of life, but that never stopped me. I'm back home now and proud to be. I too had many challenges in life, from alcoholism, violent relationships, abuse, divorce, single parenting, and attempted suicide. With the help and support and love of my family, my friends, and our great Creator, I was able to turn the page and move on to the next chapter of my life. I met my spouse 34 years ago and recently celebrated our 30th wedding anniversary. We have 4 wonderful children who work for the Cree Nation, I'm proud to say. We have 6 beautiful children, grandchildren now. That was since the last time I was in the other communities. I was a stay-home mom for many years until all my children went to school. I started with a part-time job at our local church as a janitor. And then in 1989, I decided it's time to enter the workforce full-time. My first employment was with the Cree Board of Health and Social Services of James Bay. I started to work there as data entry clerk, and just put me in a corner. I was shy. I was fine to do my work. Just put me in a corner. That's where I started off. I was not in the social realm of life. I was a stay-at-home mom, so I didn't get out very much. So I was happy to start off there. Then from there, I went to receptionists. And that's like answering phones, inviting people to come into our offices. But I didn't say no. I just kept going. Then from there was to executive secretary, and finally to an administrative technician, where I took care of the whole office of the Cree Board of Health Social Services in Montreal. I worked there for 11 years. Then I moved over to the Cree Regional Authority, today known as the Cree Nation Government. I worked there as an administrative assistant, started off there with that, and then I moved on to program officer. And every job was like hard for me, but I took the step. I no longer wanted to say no to the things to the opportunities that was coming to me. So I went ahead. Later, coordinator of programs and services, and now director of Cree Human Resource Development Department. I have now worked 25 years for the Cree Nation. This was not easy. It took a lot of hard work, commitment, perseverance on my part, and with the support and encouragement of family, friends, bosses, and my faith in God, in our great Creator, I am where I am today. And if I can do it, you can do it too. We each have a purpose in life, and we each need to be on our own personal journey. I'm sure you've heard someone else say this the last few days. And we need to find that purpose for our benefit and the benefit of our Cree Nation. So I and my CHRD team have a role to play in building of the Cree Nation. As part of our CHRD's department's mission to equip and empower individuals with skills and knowledge to achieve meaningful and sustainable employment and personal success, and our vision to help build a qualified and professional workforce to fill any employment need in Eeyou Istchee, we need you to help us attain our mission. There are many resources available to help you when it comes to your education, training, employment, as you've seen in all the presentations. We have much to do to prepare for our workforce for the many opportunities. We also need to encourage our youth to pursue higher education. And as we look back at the past few days, there certainly have been a lot of information, discussions, and a lot to reflect on. And it makes us appreciate of how struggles, negotiations, and core challenges have brought the Cree Nation to where it is today. For so long. As we all know, it all started with a vision of our elders. And I just wanted to share a little letter that my grandfather, Numshum, Indian Affairs, back in August the 3rd, 1936. He saw to a vision from back then that there was time to look at our land, to preserve our land. It was time to preserve our wildlife as well. He wrote to the Indian Affairs and said, there's much happening within our communities. There's people coming in, they're building cities, they're building mines. I want our territory to protect it. We need to have some land for our people. And that's what he's asking. This letter addresses concerns about wildlife and access in the territory by non-natives. 78 years later, we are still addressing these concerns. So 40 years ago, we had our own leaders act upon this and protected our rights, bringing about social justice and becoming masters of our own homeland. It is really important for our generation to understand that our major agreements were due mainly to one thing: Cree unity. It was not for Cree unity in 1974, when some communities faced hydroelectric development, and 2001, when some communities faced forestry, mining, or hydroelectric development, the Cree Nation would not be in the envious position it is today, where we have the ability to decide and set our own priorities in regards to community development. Our treaty, the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement, is fundamental to so many of our achievements since it was signed in 1975. Without the JBNQA, there would have been no agreements on police, justice, education, or health. There would have been no agreements on governance with Quebec. We should also never lose sight of those basic principles which have guided us for so many years. If we could summarize those basic principles, it would be, first, to maintain the important connection we have to the land, and secondly, the protection of Cree rights. These two principles, in fact, go hand in hand. The land, which have been the source of our sustenance for thousands of years, must and will continue to sustain us. Our traditional activities must continue, for we are rich in our own culture. I saw that as coming back home, how rich you are here, how rich we are, and to continue that. In a similar way, we have, through our agreements, acquired the tools in the areas of education, health, police, justice, and governance to fulfill the original vision embodied in the James Bay Northern Quebec Agreement Treaty of becoming masters of our own destiny. Over the past 2 days, we have discussed both the challenges we are facing and the new opportunities opening up to us. Crees must have the capacity to address them. We need to ensure that our people, particularly our youth, obtain the skills and the education to truly control Cree destiny. I think it is very important in these sessions that we are holding in the communities to bring it all home in a way that people understand. Everyone in the Cree Nation will have a role to play in ensuring the success of this capacity building vision. It is not something that we achieved only at the regional level. It is something that we need the commitment, not only of all our Cree entities, but also our local communities and our local government, administrations, and Cree families. It is very clear that there will be huge opportunities for employment in the communities in the future. But those opportunities can only be realized if we prepare ourselves through education and training. So the message we are also bringing with these roundtables is that we all need to roll up our sleeves and make a contribution to this important initiative. Communities have an important role to play. Local governments have a role to play, and all of our Cree entities have a role to play. Even all of our Cree families throughout Eeyou Istchee need to find ways to encourage their youth to stay in school so that there will be benefits not only for individuals as they choose their careers, but benefits for our communities who will have skilled people in their labor forces, and benefits for our Cree Nation. Let's work and keep standing together in faith. Let's keep believing, and let's keep moving forward. So with that, once again, Cree Nation Roundtable Capacity Building Regional Committee would like to express our deepest gratitude to all our speakers and all of you who have understood the importance of this roundtable on capacity building and have taken the time off your busy schedules to make a contribution to this important initiative. And let's not forget our sponsors. You'll see them all on your pamphlet there. Everyone contributed to this initiative. And again, thank you all so much for being here for the past few days. God bless you.
I invite Chief Reggie Neposh to provide the closing remarks.
Ouje, nistung gaidian naskumian o uga gaitnanots. Stabed shijessen ay wabmgo eske matchidonji wenji utach negabich nadmagwikach as Robert Canadawat, Dr. Ted Moses. Stabed shijessen wabmgo kagin stable mstina naskma chitman ay uyuga jit smagno to yuji dutka ino down. Kaya jit kaya mendo nastabe nanako jit gunyo ti mono the bottom door and a bit spray door nasmsti dako gwang again ni mungage bokshe muyang ni chushni jimno cheji imam denet ko agaj mung cheji bidoek etem goek cheji nigansa ichstedo. I just want to say that I really appreciate all the facilitators, all the speakers, especially the people that coordinated this event. And I know Janice was working very hard. Janice, I came in here yesterday morning and she was fixing up all the tables with the cloths and she was sweating. Kind of reminded me of my late mother, my mother when she would work, having 11 kids, trying to get everything done. I was looking at her and I said, kind of reminds me of my mom, my late mom, sweating, And really appreciate you all for taking the time to come here too, especially the visitors. I do hope that you have a safe travels. And if you hunt, make sure you think of me. Hey, Robert? That's the way in Ashkaman. In Ashkaman, I got Shemendo. I want to thank Randy, my deputy chief. I've been working with him very closely since we were elected. And I've learned something about him that whenever I tell him to do something, he never says no. Because I do have an office that I will beat him. But I thank you, Randy, for your support. And that's what capacity building is all about, is teamwork. It's for us to work together. And we do have a lot of people at the regional level that made an impact, not just to our Cree Nation, but also across Canada. I understand everything that we're doing is on live stream, and we're an example. But I just hope that we don't stay dormant, that we will rise up and move on and take on a challenge. So I want to thank you. Thank you very much.
So this concludes the Ouje-Bougoumou's edition on the Roundtable on Capacity Building. Samak Mary Bosom, Tejibejimhat. Eeyou Istchee. Elder Mary Bosom. If everyone can stand, please.
Thank you, Jesus. Ich danke noch, ich danke noch. Ich danke das schon gut. Nas, wie eine Miete nicht doch. Wir nas mit der dann oin, nicht hier Miete nicht doch. Doch sie an Miete noch doch dann. Auch man sogar nicht. Wie Schweiz danke noch, ja, es mir Gott ein bisschen. Wie danke noch sogar. Wie mir bei hier. Mir bei hier schon geht ja noch. Und tut stehen auf Stinano. Geh so dann die West die aber das machen und da hat das sind die also school gehen ist nie dann der hat das System gehen die es geht ja able zu machen und da nach Tayo hoye die wie jogt ja die sie da able ja wie marriage wie chena Mieden is in Spain ne bedsit. Ne de is wat me gestoord is bis. Misschien de je dan mieden en je. Ne ga je nog zien de. Papa wie je gaat maar kan je bedsit de hè. Na bem ja, is er de bedsit. Ik had ook het systeem gaan de wat me gestoord is. Ja, de chesi bi stis uit het systeem uit de hier en dit jaar dan dat ja. Ik denk dat we toch gaan to wat maken dus je samen je dat dus we twee gaan niet dan gaan we gaan je dat snatje ik denk dat zit man ja gewoon stadig gaan die beetje gewoon het zit man ja dit je eigenlijk dat ik moet gaan dus Deka psiska and so im stu kuchinatska dan de switchi shodoga inotska dan de shupagabo do uchmakan dan de shupagabo hado dini mo hagat katin shustmani ekhagun gnastabem stinji jigutstange ni win shustmanga dan de ga hoishwichat uchmakan dini naskwama gat semendo and de snauksiane di Bawi joga nang det no trakanam. Mo chegoyo pego chegoyo nem stoma. Mi tanjo tu sa man chola ispet. E kaga ro akko beg shiri. Agade de mi tanjo tu che. Mi tanjo tu sa mo. Kaga de chen segedenda. Agade hende kaga ya ga si. We chuan man and the game stars ni wasan pi mi dine ya no ko. Agade ga chi tayan. Dinasma chemendo ne disnakskia. Es war ganz sicher nach Sport zu machen, das ist noch da. Die dann ja, so eine Cheniot. Das ist eine mit mir, ich kann auch nicht. Wir gehen sie, Joan die Tag für Cheno. Mit mir dem Cheno, ich kann auch nicht ja. Dann der Gott das gehen. Gewi. Stiege goe. Hat geht über Matchens. Stiege goe, es ist gar gut Matchens. Es mir gut hemendo, die da wieder Moni. Es mam nicht getraut ist geht. Es kann mam nicht den da, dann gibt es stark schicken der das gibt. Aber steak. Kann hat zum Steak stücks der Nasch Mund der hit. Nasch gut hemendo. Dann ist bitte mir gut da in. Dann ist bitte mir gut geht Matchunio. Ich dann ist sich bitte genommen durch nicht Jimino. Ich kann sich bitte genommen geht ja. Mir nas msti tu mistadis giden et negante doji di chanot msti chibet nagatukana di chanot espibet ju ipiku hesti jim edim shnemanande ant tkabet nagatuko got di cheni minut stat no begen nimsin higen espibet ya wi jawdo Sto begen den snigen aan. Je was het. Het is nog go. Maar ik spet naar dit ko. Ik moet het ook naar dit. En mam niet man. Mistie mam niet man. Maar ik spet naar dit go ik het iets hanot. Het is het ko. Ik gewoon go. I moet man. I man asko. En het ik. I me goed scheno. En mam niet man. We joggen. En ik heb het goed. En dan heb ik moeten doen. Die zat wie zo dat. Hij me nasko. Start woman with the he. With Yanni. Start woman the him said, it's to the Goji. Channel, this to Jorgan was a bit negative call. I'm going to maar de dit taxit, chidan het taxit chemendo. Naskum nan zit er een beetje tot mij te dat is gaat. Dus ik heb het niet behoord tot het stiet, het je moet dat. Hadden je dan haspet, hij was maar te hoor. Die hij was nou dat ik ook te dat. Maar maak zoals je nou wat dat met John gaat op kunnen het is nou. Dan je wel een beetje snel zit het nou, wat de stiet gaat dat. Ik moest dat schudden maar nou dat je het is nou zit. Niet stom. Het was toch goed bij zijn mond te doen. Dan is nou schudden uiti. De wist het heb ik niet gaan schudden. Dan is nou schudden ook begabust go. Op berouw stoot uit die niet meer het u iets had al. En het is maar gesnakt. Met het afgenomen het shirt maar in hoe snakt zit. Dan is mama op kassuito. Met het afgenomen die snakt zit. Het begabuito het nog niet. Dan is het schommet. Shirt maar dan is het schommet ino. Moet je het de man aan shirt maar. Moet je het dan ik heb iets gehad, het shirt maar is nou constant naast een chemendo. Het behoort te zeggen die stout. Wat heeft dit in schomgaat? Dan ga je boekschema had. Wie heeft gemaakt een stiet gewoon boekschema aan chemendo. Boekschema aan chemendo. Het shirt maar dit is not maar gehad. Als ik me change go, je not maar gehad. Dan is nou constant dan is bij dan. Dus die team aan het beetje gaan. Team aan het zijn. Ik heb het zo te beetje. Ik heb het team naar de mooie. Question modern op mijn schoenen. Question modern tot de heel. Dat modern tot de heel. Die question hakje op mijn schoenen. Dus ik heb het gewoon. Het op gabo in het schoen te doen aan. Naast komt een chemendo. Dan is hij meer dood maken. Schoenen dat ik ook te doen. Het is meer dood schoenen. Het is meer dood meer warm de richting. Het is meer dood. Je hebt money gehabt. Adet je heim hoe dood dan heb ik het al. Thank you Jesus. Naast komt nan. Je mag niet hand. Zo je met het gebed te school. Je doet het goed en het is die wel niet hand. Naast komt een chemendo. Dat zo is het gegaan. Thank you Jesus. Amen.
Thank you, Mary. Thank you for coming, and remember, you're our masters of our own destiny and building a strong Cree nation. Thank you for coming.